Whew. I made it back before the timer popped. Good time zone, everybody. Ah. I I did have full, intention of having a tutorial uploaded either last night or this morning, but best laid plans of tiny dragons. Maybe if I actually planned things out. But of course, I did not. So there's way too much footage, as per usual. So I either need to cut it down with some fancy editing, or just make it into multiple videos, which is always an option. But multiple videos, I'm not sure the ADHD would ever allow that. Because inspiration is a fickle thing. Oh, which... 1 second. Speaking of that tutorial, I have a fancy new thing to add to the overlay setup. I just forgot to add it to the stream setup because, of course. Yeah, there it is. Isn't it pretty? So now you guys can see well, for the most part anyway, which buttons I'm pressing. Actually, I'm wondering where the best place for that will probably be here. That chat box does not like to stay turned off. Even though I have streamer mode turned on, which is supposed to turn chat off. But of course it forgets that I have streamer mode turned on. But yeah. Sorry for having to start with the starting soon screen, by the way. Morning, Marie. Nice to see you. And to work down the list, now that I've, like, got my feet underneath me. Yeah, good morning, Marie. Good, nice to see you. Drake Lance. Yeah. Why, you little... I'm just kidding, I love you, but, you know... love you, but... Ah, nice to see you, Bev. How's the flicking going on your end, Miss Bev? Hopefully it's not still giving you trouble. You did it. Very proud. Yeah. Drake is amazing like that. Also, good morning, Miss Nick. Or, sorry, Mrs. Nick. There is an R in there. And, of course, our lovely Atsy. Wait, did I accidentally put it in? Sorry. Oh no. Oh. Did I cannibalize it for the interior? I might have. So, a little actually, I'm not alone in this. I absolutely adore the makeshift stool. It is my favorite stool. It is the best stool of all time. Thank you for following, Crafty. And now, is that Corinne or Karen, or should just go for the simple one first? Is that Karen or Corrine? Because that could go one or two ways. The second one, so Corrine. Okay. I had a feeling that, or I did fire off a bunch of different pronunciations there. Sorry. I'm not even sure at this point which one the second one was. In any case, welcome. Nice to have you. Like Karen? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. After I said it again, I kind of realized, I'm just like, wait, hold it. Technically, the second time I said it was Karen. So, yeah. In any case. But yeah. So on the subject of the tutorial that I shot yesterday that needs to be edited down, it is about flicking. Oh, you're Dutch. Right on. but you're not fond of it. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I will be perfectly honest. I'm not super familiar with um many pronunciations in that entire area. Like Netherlands, Sweden, Denmark, like that entire just uh which I know none of those languages are probably anything alike, but just I'm just unfortunately very ignorant of that entire area. I think it's probably due to the fact that that is like the one part of Europe that like is nowhere in my family. Sorry, brain. I'm still waking up here. Or not waking up per se. I've been up for a few hours, but you know, I'm still booting up. But yes. So using flicking with like rotational placement basically is a big part of it in the tutorial. Stuff like this. Easy little accoutrements that you can add to your kitchen. Although the ladle was, I mean, it wasn't hard. It was just annoying. And then I finally have a frying pan on a shelf, and that makes me very happy. Also in the tutorial, I go over out of bounds trees. Specifically, like isolated out of bounds trees without an anchor. So meaning like this. And yeah. Oh yeah, and this also made me very happy. That you can use the flicking to put Paltech stuff on the ground. So that was a nice theory that was confirmed. So you can pretty much override any surface. From the looks of it, anyway. To bore everyone with glitch functionality for a second, uh, the way the glitch seems to function, for the most part, is in the split second when you press your number key. Here, sorry, let me like get the setup ready. So in the split second between when this floor shoots back to that cube and the system reads it as not being a valid placement for like not a split second, but like a millisecond, it ignores all like valid placement. Valid placement checks. So it's not yeah, it's not limited to the building blocks. That's what I'm trying to get at here. Over here, this isn't in the tutorial, but just from testing, if I can actually get the freaking table, it's a nightmare to actually get it. In retrospect, I should have used a bigger table. There we go. So that tree is like is on the coffee table. This guy up here, and this one is in the tutorial that I mentioned. It's just on a wood slab paver. Good morning, maybe. Always lovely to see your voluptuous bee booty this early in the beautiful morning. Okay, you are the one with the purple bug. Okay. Adding to... Don't worry about it. Is there a way to put spring fever lights onto building block flooring? Yes. Using what I just last night. Oh, sorry. It's not all about me. Sorry. Terry. Yes. Oh, ooh, sorry. On switch. On switch. No. It's okay. Currently, at this current time, there is not. Or sorry, no. Sorry, there is. You're just not gonna like it, and I'm sorry. because the only way to get it on is by using Winterlight's red presence if you're on the Switch. Because unfortunately all the nonsense that I just went over is only available on PC as it currently stands. But that being said, that doesn't mean that with further testing, we can't unlock the secrets of the Switch. We did it before, we could do it again. I appreciate that you think so highly of me. Are other players able to perform? I mean, do you mean in general? Or do you mean specifically on Switch? Atsy. Which, just like a blanket question to the class. I kind of just like breezed over, chucking this umbrella on the barrel. Oh, you mean a PC? They can't. Sorry. Because of how the glitch functions, because since it needs to come from the inventory, they can't. Yeah. Sadly. Yeah, since the glitch is ostensibly like inventory flicking. Yeah. If that being that being said, Ansy does bring up a good point that, I mean, PC players, if you're feeling, altruistic, you can help your Switch friends out by going over and doing their solo floating for them. Because you can do that, I think. Yeah, can you? Yeah, I thought you could. Yeah, so since you can pull it out of your inventory on another plot, you can you can like perform cancel placement for them. So you can do all of that stuff, which is a big boon and is very useful. It is. So anything that requires cancel placement, Switch players just, make friends with a PC player. It's not a great option, but it's an option. Yeah. Although, with the barrel, I just would like to remind fam or everyone of our merge wall, because things hover above the barrel. What? If you can pull something out of your inventory but not place it, that's how cancel placement works. Hmm? Mm-hmm. Hmm. If you're on another plot. I mean, let me phrase that. In theory, it should work. I'm not sure though. Just remember that you're talking to it. They get shut in. So this is all like theoretical, conjecture. And that's karma from my tiny hands. It's because I got the first one on the first key flick. There we go. That merges rather nicely. I don't know. Who feels like being a guinea pig? I do have streamer mode turned on, so your username will be truncated, so don't worry. Sorry, by which I mean, so if you look like up in the top left corner, like my username is not showing up. That was supposed to deal with like chat spam, but you know, we can't always get what we want. Fair enough. Actually, what am I saying? Let's just as my shep would tell me to do, let's just cause some havoc on my boyfriend's plot. Because it's that kind of day. Oh, biscuits. Why is this switch so big? Okay. Your fire hose. Oh dear. I'm already worried. Oh, which, if anybody, I forgot to mention at the beginning of this, but if anybody's curious as to why the stream is titled what it is, it's because the demonstration plot is at 2,134 items out of 3,000. And that's not a good thing. Because the inside of the house is barely furnished. And this is a this is something that I am so guilty of all the time. Is I spend way too much time landscaping. And then by the time it's actually time to go in and decorate the house, there's no item slots left. Good morning, milady. All right. It looks like Tiger is in game now. So let's go bug him. Oh, cool. So that's what the notification looks like. But thank you, my love, for just leaving garbage lying around. I'm just kidding. That was probably my fault. Because that looks like something I would do. Is just leave a present. Just like, love you, babe. What? Why? You're fine. Sorry. Like in regards to like the solicitation thing, um, that's like literally people who like pop in and are like trying to sell stuff. I don't know. You're another streamer who is here and talking and like engaging with this channel, and I'm sorry that I don't come over and engage with yours more. I really need to get better at that. All right, let's just try something basic. Yep. I adore you too, maybe. So Drake Lance, yes. Yes, you can perform cancel placement on other people's plots. My pleasure. That's what I'm here for. Which, yeah, it's not. Yeah, remember everyone, it's not only for floating. You can also use it for merging. What? No, you just, by obstacle flicking. No, you just do it the normal way. Let me. Sorry, I apologize. Oh, wait, no, I did have not so many magi. There we go. Yeah, sorry. I was bad. Yeah. Boop. Oh, interesting. Yeah. So it literally can only come out when you have another item picked. Interesting. That is fascinating. And oh, Terry, you're fine. Guys, you're all fine. In fact, the thing that I said don't worry about when maybe popped in was I added maybe to my list of recommended channels. It's like down like below like all the buttons and stuff. So, yeah, you're good. It's okay. Just put that little anxiety gremlin just in headlock and just go shh. Shh. Um Sorry, my brain was there was something. Because Drake Lance said something and I wanted to test it. So I wonder if Drake Lance is right. But I want to, maybe, probably just wishful thinking on my part. And I know I'm not making sense, just bear with me. Oh. Welcome, President Valkyrie. You're very welcome. I usually try to make I usually try to make things as Switch friendly as possible. Usually. Unfortunately, the thing that we're doing right now is not Switch friendly, although we are doing it on a Switch plot. Oh, maybe. Thank you. Hmm. Oh, hey, David. Nice to see you. Here, mainly because if this does work, I don't really want to lose my dragon. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no. Although maybe it can ignore that. Because it can ignore the system or the placement requirements, or like the surface requirements. Maybe it can ignore that. Hey, no shame. Okay, just yeah, no, I don't think so. You're doing the hotpot thing? Nice. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Also, or I assume I assume by the hotpot thing. I, mm, I assume by the hotbot thing, David, you're talking about the button mash. Yeah, you can put it on builders' floors. It's just not technically on the builder's floor. Like it won't move with the builder's floors. We can't do it here because we're on we're on my boyfriend's plot right now. Say hi, Tiger. But yeah, definitely nice to get confirmation that you can help your Switch friends with your mergers. If you're feeling altruistic. And or don't have crippling social anxiety. But yeah, on that note, let me just pop back to my plot, and we'll log Tiger out. Because I did I did do some testing the other day. I think on P5. Because I wanted to make a double, yeah, there we go. It's a double tall fence. But the shtick is, that, yeah, it's like, even though this one can move, this one can't. Oh, the nice side, or the nice bit, is that you get this look just by placing it on a crate. I Can you remember that I have streamer mode turned on? Thank you. Although for this one, I would suggest using a rug instead of a floor. Just so you know, you can be the thing that's in the way very easily. And then you just come over, then line up your hands over the end, wherever your fencing is. Now, the nice thing with a log cabin is that it doesn't seem to mind clipping into one another. However, the white picket, I did have to do cancel placement. You had an overhead. Oh, yeah. So you can do that if you like already have your walkway built. So this is why I keep a chest in my inventory, because you never know when you're gonna need one. But let's just grab some crates and just oh no, they're my stone. Nice. Or my tiny ones. Let me get it onto one of the keys so you guys can see the key presses. There we go. And line it up. And yeah. So you can do it. It's just if you it needs to stay there. So it's not actually a part of the construction, is what I'm saying. So just if you ever move this, you're gonna have to redo the fencing again. Sorry to hear that. But feel free to lurk, my dear. My pleasure, David. And shout out to Drake Lance for this one. Or my shout out to Drake Lance for, you know, all of this. Because, you know, we would not have it without him. Right, I did. Pardon me, fam, I just need to deal with some stuff. There we go. And there. And there. Yeah, there's a reason that next to I mean I can try, but like from testing sorry, I haven't tested the wood, mind you, but like I've tested the stone. Interesting. So yeah. Yeah, I knew things were going too well. Congrats on that. I think that's the one plushie that I'm actually, or no, I think it's one of the two plushies from the Zeki balls that I'm missing. Oh, congrats. There we go. 874th time is the charm. Yeah. So see, you can select it. You can group select the fence, sure. But the issue is when you like, you'll still need to re-flick it onto the blocks. So yes, it works, but no, it doesn't. Yeah. Yeah. Although, one sec. Yeah. No, I was hoping that maybe if you do like this, but no. Unless Theo was doing something that I was not. But that being said, that is very interesting. Um, do I have any? Yeah, I do. Because, yeah, because more importantly, does it work with the Emberborn? Gee. It does. It sure does. Hey, bug. So that is the nice one. There. Oh, also, does this mean... do I even have any dates made? Apparently I have caps lock turned on. You better work. It does. Okay, that brings me joy. Thank you, David. So you can use this to rotate the gates. Yeah. Oh, howdy. Okay, yeah. That is nice. Which and if Carrie, if you're kicking around still, Miss Terry Ann, this is Switch friendly. Yep. So this right here is Switch friendly, by the way. So yeah, not what we were doing up here, but like anything when we use the group select bit. Okay, there we go. So I was wondering what triggers the group select to work. So the important part is to have just the the first part of the wood edging matched up. I thought it was like a size thing. It's not. So just have like corner of wooden edging with fence, then you're good to go. Shenanigans. And yeah, if it's not working, so it wasn't working there for a second, that just means that your edging is not close enough. It is really flat, so it can get very close. There we go. Oh, I wonder if I have any of those in storage. I hope so. But I mean, if it works with gates, then it should work with... I might need to craft one. Displeased tiny dragon noises. Sorry, Valkyrie, do you mean this one? It's the Emberborn fence. Or do you mean the white one? Oh, this one? Yeah. It's the Emberborn fence. Yeah. You get it through completing the temple bundles in the main storyline. Or you don't, I don't think you specifically get that one per se, but you get like the Emberborn recipes through completing the bundles. And then, you know, you can craft the Emberborn recipes, and then eventually you'll find the Emberborn fence through inspiration. What was I? Because, yeah, there is another Emberborn item. We'll just make a small one because they did. I would like them to actually rework how fencing works. I'm not sure. I don't think I mentioned this on stream. I think I mentioned this in a private forum. Hey, it does work. Sorry. And so what I mean by that, in like that they need need to rework how fencing functions. That's a better sentence. So the white fence is great. Hey, Scott's Queen, good to see you. So you can move it, you can rotate it. It's fantastic. Thank you for the reminder. I think I saw the reminder, or was that a follow that I missed? Sorry. However, even the white picket fence runs into this same issue of it not having set models. And that's what we need, is just they need to make, you know, let me grab some white picket fencing. They need, here we go. That. So these all need to be separate items. Is what I'm trying to get at here. Have like a 2-meter piece. Because I think 2 meters is the maximum that it can go. Sorry, 2 and a bit. Right, but you shouldn't, because it does that. So yeah, 2 meters. A 2-meter piece. Or, sorry, I guess, yeah, because you could have that model, and then you could have this model, people could choose which one that they want to build with. But beyond that, they also need to, like, because they already have like these fencing types, they need to make like a model that's just that in like 1 meter in 2 meters, but it's all one item. So people who want that single post look can have it without like completely tanking their item limit. And for those that remember our beloved developer who is no longer with us anymore, Zelia. She did have a very long conversation with us about fencing and in relation to people liking the single post look. And it seemed like we were winning her over on the reasons that fencing needed a rework. But, you know. Then she got laid off and all of our hopes and dreams. At least in regards to fencing. So, yeah, there's a reason that in basically all of my builds, you will seldom ever see me use fencing. And it's just because it's just so bad. And like, even if they brought in more options, more models, I still wouldn't use it because it's such a it murders your item cap. Unless you literally just take it and drag it along. If you do anything other than that, you start suffering. And see, I think they need to give so I've mentioned this, or once again, I can't remember if I've mentioned this on stream or in private. But so what I just mentioned here is kind of an overarching theme that is something that the developers need to do, and that is to give us reasons to take items off of our plot. And so it's not so much that they need to increase the item limit, it's that they need to condense the amount of assets, of separate assets. Like a prime example is the books. Like, I am not sure why there were not variations for the books that were a book row, a book stack. Yeah, exactly. So, like, this is another item that I'm very, very hesitant to use. And that's another reason, is because it will murder the item, like your item limit, unless you're very, very careful. And it's this whole like clutter culture that it's like, it's not exactly bad, it's just that it needs to be done better. And that's just it. It's like it's like the pavers. It's not that they're bad, it's just that they need to be done better. And this brings us to the topic of today's stream: making the hard choices in decorating. Because, as I mentioned earlier, we are at 2,136 items on this plot, which means that we're going to need to take a hammer to some of the construction. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to decorate the interior of this house. Now, I can already see some bits, because each of these is one item that we can take away. Not a lot, but it's a little. And I always knew that this path was going to have to get shaved down. And this is mainly why I I did go so crazy with the trees. And it is so I could take them mostly away later. In the hopes that everybody just can see that it's okay when you need to just take a bat to all of the hard work that you did. It's just a part of the process. Oh, thank you for the subscription, Marie. You wish there wasn't a... I mean, there isn't a tree cap. Unless it's just baked into the item cap. I mean, yeah, me too. But unfortunately, since, you know, this game is, you know, played on the Switch and the PC, I'm not sure if Switch players could handle people with unlimited rain for trees. Like, I don't think I could get behind that. I think maybe if there was like a separate limit for trees and a separate limit for flowers. I still think I still think 1,000 is fine. I like, honestly, I really think 1,000 is fine. Though that being said, if we're removing it from the 3,000 item cap, I think trees would probably have to be limited to 500. I could not see it being any more than 500. Just because of asset overload. Well, no. So Scott's Queen, like, but if you're removing both flowers and trees from the item cap, so that would be, and if you're putting those both at 1,000, that's 2,000 assets on the plot, in addition to the 3,000. When Switch players are already having an issue with the 3,000 assets right now. Oh, you're saying both as one. Okay. Sorry, I misunderstood you. Which I'm I did read somewhere that like what was it? I think some the company that makes the Switch like just increased their product output or something. Or maybe not just. Also, thank you for the follow. Sorry, I missed who just followed, but thank you. So Switch 2 might be. Don't quote me on that though. Oh, thank you for the hugs. Much love. Yeah, and in some cases you just need to, yeah, because all of this is just runoff from the the tutorial that we did yesterday. So we're just gonna clean a bit. So we can put a vacuum cleaner down. Oh, that's great to hear. You're very welcome, and thank you for popping by. Uh, since it's your first time here, I'll give you the, well, not so much tour, but just a little information packet. If you have any questions about anything or need any help, just let me know. I mean, you're familiar with the tutorials, and it's the same thing here. It's basically, it's why I started doing the live streams, was so I could, do demonstrations for people instead of just fumbling through text-based descriptions. Because even though I'm not that eloquent, verbally, I'm even worse when it comes to, expressing myself via text. Oh God. I mean, no, we shouldn't. Hey, Kill, nice to see you. How goes it? Son of a biscuit. Well, you're going. Okay, there we go. Oh, right, I forgot that happens. And then you just say yes. Capital chic bathtubs turned up. What? I'm so confused. Do you mean the Ravenwood? Yeah, I think that might have been in the decorating for the soul one that how I calculated it. Or let me, it's like dragon eggs. What? I'm so, one sec. Do you, do you mean, like this one back here? My, I call it my bean. Did I do that on stream? Oh, maybe. Probably, actually. Um, Sugar. Do I even... Yeah, if anyone's familiar with, actually there are several beans as I was informed, but the one that that I'm familiar with is in Chicago. It's a sculpture. So that's what I was trying to emulate with that. Um, I did. Thank goodness. Sugar. I wanted the freaking tubs. Um, but as yeah, right. The Chicago bean is iconic, but that's pretty much like why I didn't even know about like the other ones. Trying to remember where the other ones are. I think one is in Toronto and one is in I want to say New York. As a boat into the little pond on the plot entrance. And yeah, are you trying to use Oh, also, sorry. Thank you, Killjoy. Uh, yeah, this is the demonstration plot. So it's where we do all the demo work. And it's how I've gotten around my, you know, personal business regarding the plot tour system. So I do always have a plot up now, but its purpose is just so people can come and see the demonstrations up close and personal if they want. That's all. I stream twice a week uh, at the moment. Uh, there hasn't really been like I did try streaming a bit like more often for a little bit there, but just you know I didn't really feel that there was enough, you know, need and or want for it. If that makes sense. So, you know, we do it twice a week. Sorry, and Mondays and Wednesdays. Sorry, I'm trying to remember. Oh, right. Killjoy, I don't think you're gonna like the answer. Because I think you're right. I do think I did it on stream. But the stream I did it on was, yeah, metallic building blocks. Now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah. But that being said, the original version of it, I didn't use metallic building blocks, just to be clear. So you don't have to. Like the original interior of that setup was a Winterlights or one. Yeah, it was a Winterlight spread present before building blocks were even a thing. And it was like a rotational float. Which, for those that are familiar with them, they are not easy. But I will do my best to illustrate it. Excuse me, sorry. But for the most part, love, it's just a lot of trial and error. And I'm pretty sure that's how I did it, was literally just, I threw effort at that wall until it broke. So I think that was the other reason why you were like, how did you calculate it? And I was just like, calculate what? I just, you know, I just did it until it worked. Which Switch players, fret not. You can do rotational floating. It's just a bit more difficult for you, and you do need a friend. You just need to use the two-person float. Or, you know, as we tested earlier in the stream, you just get a friend who doesn't mind coming over and doing your rotational floats for you that is on PC. That's also an option. Right, hold it. I mean, I don't know. I always grab walls by default, but when doing stuff like this, it's actually better to use crates. Yeah, let's just uh actually no. Because yeah, this is where it gets weird because we need to do like a rotate, and then we need to like rotate the shelf, and then you need to drop it down. So rotate the shelf and then drop it down. And just make sure to have some building blocks on the back side so you can just Super Mario up. And you know, if it's being, it likes to be annoying with the placement. And by which I mean it doesn't go in the center of the pillar. It clicks to the corners. So in which case, just put a pillar on the bathtub and then press group select. And it'll snap your bathtub to the pillar. Hey, and this is why rotational floating. Although on the plus side, it kind of worked, just a bit too well. So I mean, in actuality, and then from there you just start augmenting, you know, how much you drop it. So you just go back. And then, you know, this time maybe we don't even try. This time we don't even try dropping it at all. Nope. That definitely wasn't right. So which means, since it went in the wrong direction, which I should have just refreshed the shelf so it didn't, you know, rotate. But it would have gone into the ground, is is what would have happened. So basically, that little experiment that we did tells us that we were, doing the right thing by dropping the shelf down. We just need to do it more. And since we're using building blocks, we can just add on to our wall. This time we try dropping it down 3 meters. Okay, it's going in the right direction. We're now at the base of the pillar, so that we need to add 2 more meters probably, and then we should be just above the pillar. Theoretically, anyway. Okay. Wunderbar. And now just cancel, place it away. Your pillar should snap to the very center of your tub. And now it looks like we're going to have to sink that pillar into the bathtub, because of course we do. Because nothing can ever be easy for this dragon. Actually, we're just going to be lazy. So we're going to put the pillar into the bathtub and then use group select to just, put it onto our shelf. And then, we're not going to use any of, my weird setups. We're just going to use a shelf this time. And for the most part, you just eyeball it. And if it doesn't work, you try again. So it kind of looked like it needed that much of a sink. Possibly more. Oh, and it also needed to be a little bit to the side. Right, so it looks like a yeah, so we're not going to do the full length of the building block. We're going to go just below it, which is 0.8 of a meter. Okay, and then just get your bathtub again, cancel placement. Now this is where it gets a bit dicey, because remember that when we placed it in the center, it didn't line up. And of course it's too far over now. Oh, Cat, thank you for being a prime example of that art is definitely in the eye of the beholder. And I mean that in the best way possible, because there is no right or wrong answer when it comes to art, because it's subjective. At least in my tiny opinion. Yeah, exactly. Killjoy thought it was a dragon egg. You think you see it as an alien pod. In and then in all actuality, it was a homage to Anish Kapoor's work. Okay, this is starting to get annoying. Maybe I accidentally did the float wrong. Let's try placing it in the center again. No, because that does look like it won't match up properly. Mm. If I was to make it into a dragon egg, I would definitely rotate it like this. But yeah, this is definitely was the hardest part of it, just so we're clear. Was making it seamless. Also, hey widget. All right, just because I'm genuinely getting tired of the shelf, I'm just going to get out the butcher blocks. Oh wait, yeah, because we were going half of a or 0.8 of a meter, right? Yeah. We might need some dinner plate piles as well. Ooh. And biscuits. I forgot to mention to, they probably left. I forgot to mention to Leandriel that we would get to them after we did this. Biscuits. Stupid ADHD. Thanks, ADHD. Yeah, that should be good. And we just oh my gosh. Our reverse flow, our sink off of this. So these boards are both at ground level. Look that up there. we go. Oh my god. Widget, it's not an egg. I'm not making an egg. I'm recreating my bean. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah. Yeah. uh, but I mean, it could be an egg. I don't know. As I said, just because it looks like um the Anish Kapoor work to me doesn't mean that it's the same for everybody. Um, right. Sorry. This bit gets kind of dicey when you're doing it like that. So just make it easier on yourself. Instead, just float a building block. And then go down to the center. And then sugar. But remember to put the thing that you actually want. There we go. Because the bathtub that we want to sink things into. There we go. And we want in between the grid lines, basically. Oh, hey, Rebecca. Ah, sugar. And you know, at some point, you might just have to say that it's good enough. Oh, although I think I know what's happening this time. I think I just realized it. And it's not that it's off center now, it's that it's sinking too much. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I do actually like this one a little bit better because it does look a little bit more like a bean. I'm actually not sure what Anish Kapoor's work is based off of, but I think it looks more like a coffee bean to me. But yes, and then of course you just take and place. What the? Yeah, because this is just make sure you don't grab the pillar when grabbing it. There we go. Just trust me on that one. Oh, dirt. Don't do that. There. Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah. It'll just give you a slight heart attack, basically, because it'll just grab the top bathtub out. But you can just, you can right click and it'll go back. Rebecca, that's the second uh vote for uh alien toy, and actually I can definitely see it now. Or I think it was alien capsule. No, that's bugging me. Yeah, there we go. Huh. Yeah, I think that was the other intention, Valkyrie, was that I just wanted a decorative rock. It was like one part Anish Kapoor, one part I just wanted a decorative rock. That more cleaning. Oh, which this was something that didn't actually make it into the tutorial, so I would love to go over it now, since I don't know if oh my gosh, I'm probably going to butcher your username, and I'm very sorry. Because I think it's Luriandra. You were asking about the bookshelf boat. Or you were mentioning having difficulties with the bookshelf boat. You are here? Oh, sweet. Then yeah, let's. Uh, so I'm not sure if you're using Voidness's tutorial, but I do it very differently. Yeah, yeah, mine too, mine too. Don't worry. I I just don't. That's why I just don't. Although I think we need to drop by the Horde and pick up some bookshelves. Uh, Although it's partially due to the fact that for whatever reason something happened to floating, or like specifically like the what Voidness was doing in that video, like with the boat. It's like S6 saw that video and was just like, absolutely not. That is not okay. We cannot have that. That is not kosher. Because the next patch, Voidness and I are just like, have you tried to do this recently? And I was just like, I was about to ask you the same thing, because like it functions very strangely. Basically, like that kind of floating works perfectly fine if you're going like to the ground. But anything outside of that, it it gets very weird. All my bookshelves are over here. Oh, I mean the video is from months ago. Um, I think I can't remember the name of it, but it was in regards to like it it was her tutorial on like uh, float distances and stuff like that. I think it's been a long time since I've seen it. Oh, no. Sorry. Voidness's videos are just on my channel, like on like Tiny Dragon Studios. She just has not uh, her exact words were uh, she doesn't have the energy to learn YouTube yet. And I'm just like, that's fair. And yeah, I just mentioned to her, just like, whenever you're ready to to make it up, like make your own YouTube channel, just let me know and we'll take those down and we'll like port everything over to your channel. But um yeah, so the nice thing about how I like to do it is that it can be switch friendly. I think we're gonna, I'm not sure if I've tried using a wood plank paver recently. Let's try that. It's been a hot minute. It's been a hot minute since I've gotten a boat question, so. And then, of course, we're going to need a wall shelf. And then we're going to need a harvest house. You don't need a porch. I'm just throwing it on there because, to mention what I mention whenever I use the merge wall, which our merge walls are, which is the rear exterior, the front, and the exterior and the interior of the front wall. Those are our 3 merge walls. And what we're going to do is start off with our paver on the shelf somewhere other than the merge wall. And we move it over to the merge wall now. And that wall's secondary function, which is to throw things away, fires off. Sugar. No, I think this should still work. I say should, but we'll see. Because now we just need to find something Yeah, no, it's not going to work like this. So let's go back here. And we need to rotate our board so it's like that. There we go. And from here, we're just going to use our group select trick, also known as the 1 cup technique. I think in this case, we're probably going to actually use cups, God forbid. Or, well, we're going to use what Lily refers to as cups, which are the gourmet dessert bowl. Come on. There we go. Oh, fantastic. So apparently, when you turn off the grid, it just allows you to place it. And when you place it up there, it tosses a gourmet dessert bowl off the bookshelf so we can snag it off and place it on our other bookshelf. And then we rotate it the other way. Press group select again. And just marry it up as much as you can. The merge wall should do most of the work. And boop. And there you go. You got your little boat. Yeah, there's your little boat. So, Rebecca, just remember, like for what I just did, as long as there's a placeable surface, yes. So, but if there's no placeable surface, you can't really you can't do the transfer of item properties. Currently, the only way to do things like this, where I have like the wall lamp on the barrel, that you need to do the obstacle flick, which at least at the moment, it doesn't appear to be switch friendly. Doesn't mean that it never will be, but yeah. And, oh, sorry, also, you're welcome, Leandro. Um, uh, yeah, I mentioned earlier on in the stream, but with the subject of obstacle flicking, uh, these are some that I did do for a tutorial that is coming out either tonight or tomorrow. That has to do with obstacle flicking. And yeah, exactly what you're asking about. But yeah, unfortunately, not for the Switch. But lots of cool stuff. And now from this point, this is where it gets kind of weird because it is going to be dependent if you are on the Switch or PC. Oh, thank you, Rebecca. I actually have a tutorial on um, mm, the Tiny Dragon Studios channel for the flower walls. They're super easy to make. Mm, Here, we're just gonna figure out the distance that we need to go. Because since we're not on the base plot, let's see if we can make a riverboat. I genuinely have no idea if this is going to work or not. Oh, come on. Okay. Well, let's see if we can. Hmm. Yeah, no, because it's in the ground. Although I wonder if we like place it on top. And then build further. Because this is basically just going to be our meter stick. That's the idea anyway. Oof, still need to keep going. Hey, we broke on through to the other side. Fantastic. I think yes, I was. Okay. Let's bring our boat over here. Uh, and we'll just grab out a paper. It's, you know, they're small. Wait. This might end poorly, but let's give it a go. Oh, that's why it's doing that. All things make sense. I was just like, why is it grabbing a... Yeah, I'm adorable. I forgot that I did it from a crate. I'm okay. Ah, sugar. Well, I did say it might end horribly. There we go, we have a riverboat. It's more or less in the river. Although, now, the moment of the... when you leave through the front door and you hold your breath. Because now the system will just sit there and decide if it's going to allow all the hard work that you just did to survive or not. Ah, the anticipation. Yay, we still have a boat. Alright. Wunderbar. So just, yeah. Don't do the block. And then, yeah, you can destroy your meter stick. Because, yeah, don't need that anymore. And, I mean, like, the plan was to, put a tree. I mean, I guess we still can put a tree. Who's... There we go. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Sugar. There we go. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. But also never move that building block, ever. It's what we call a load-bearing building block. Just doesn't have the same ring as as load-bearing dessert plate. Oh, I know where the most ridiculous place to put this is. Right here. Perfect. All right, back to tough choices for this plot. Basically, what are we gonna destroy? I'm just kidding, I already know. We're gonna uproot so many trees. Because, well, that's why we put them down. Because normally, that's the first thing to go. For me, anyway. In order, it goes like trees, pavers, flowers. But the trick is to go into your aerial view and just keep checking back at how that canopy looks as you're removing the trees. There's not just, wanton destruction. It's more controlled demolition. And yeah, we should actually move these. Because it doesn't really make sense to have them there. And now we can make it an example for the stream. So for any of my fellow Paltech loving pals, who also saw the floor decor and was, or floor vents, and was just like, that would make a nice path. And then their hearts sunk when it said, this is not a valid placement location. And we're like, S6, why? But I want it to be a valid placement location. Well, thanks to obstacle flicking, we now can do that. You just, need to not suck at it like me. There we go. You just line up for the next one. Oof, this last one does not want to go. Maybe it's because it's the system telling me to actually make it equidistant. Alright, for whatever reason, sometimes it does work better on the numbers 1 to 3. Don't ask me why. That could be confirmation bias. I don't know. But it just seems like the further you get from the numbers 1 to, like, number 1, the harder it gets. Sure. Come on. There we go. But yeah, Rebecca, these uh I just refer to them as like my display tables. They're super easy to make. basically all you do is you just like you rotate the floor and then you turn the table into a building block and then you're good to go. I'll show you what I mean. So you just rotate the floor, and you just grab a building block, place building block on table. And what I mean by turn it into a building block is you use your group select button. And then that just allows you to place it on the floor. Because building blocks do not have collision with other building blocks. Or sorry, specifically like anything but pillars don't have collision. Pillars are the only ones that are at $$ holes. Basically, it's like they saw my easy clipping video and were like, oh, absolutely not, sir. Are you... Sorry, Kat, remind me, do you play on... No problem. No problem, Rebecca. Kat, do you play on PC or on Switch? You play on PC? Fantastic. Because, I mean, that being said, the answer is yes in either case. It just, the method in which we did it, would determine as to how. Because if you're on PC, what we can do now let me just find a here Dragon dining table. Why not? And because I'm lazy, we're just gonna turn it into a building block. And then let me just get a painting. Sure. Lily Rattan. And from here, we just are going to use our trusty builder's stone floor that is, it always has something in the way, unless it's on, the ground. And we are going to use our obstacle flick. So, sorry, I should back up. Are you familiar with obstacle flicking? Because there's some setup required to to do obstacle flicking easily. And I'll go rather slowly here, so you can write it down, or the VOD's easier to watch later. So the action bar item use needs to be rebound to P. And then down here, now you don't have to do this, but it's more for when you're learning. It makes it much easier to have this set up with a second key. And it doesn't have to be V, but just V is what most of us use, because by default it isn't really set up for anything. At least last I checked. So sorry, and the two down here is move item and confirm move. As well, sorry, you probably, I don't think you were here when I mentioned earlier, but I do have a tutorial coming out either tonight or tomorrow morning that will be going over the basics of obstacle flicking, and along with other weird stuff that you can, just inspirational stuff that I've thought of through the testing that I've done. And yeah, those are the two, or those are the three keybinds that you need to do. The next thing is to go to your graphic settings, and if your computer can handle it, have everything on like the highest graphics that they can handle without, dying. And then after that, we're going to go over to advanced. And if you're just learning out, or like just starting out, it's best to set your frame rate to 30. As you get better and better, you can move it higher and higher. I was really ballsy, and I did manage to perform some obstacle flicks at max frame rates but it's not easy. It isn't. Like, to say that you need to be flawless with your timing and yeah. So yeah. See, frame rate wise, you should be okay. Yeah, Terry, I'm sorry. This one you can't do on Switch. I'm very sorry. Any of the inventory stuff that we do that requires you to do that like parallel. Oh, how do I? Dang it! I had something. I had a term decided for this, but like parallel input. There we go. So meaning that like you have to have an item selected, and then you need to be able to uh, press or like get an item out of your inventory. So basically, the second someone can figure out how to do that, we're in business. And cards on the table, it has been a hot minute since I've tried. Mainly because, you know, like many people, I don't enjoy failing. I genuinely don't. Oh, yes, sorry. The flipping tables on so when I was doing this, like this bit here, this is perfectly fine. You can do this. This part was the group select glitch. And so, like, but it's, and I did mention before that, just a sec. Let me grab another painting from my tiny hoard. Ugh. This game is going to give me an aneurysm. That's a nice one. For this next one, yeah, I appreciate your patience as well. Mainly because, yeah, as Terry mentioned, I didn't actually finish my explanation, which I am sorry. I'll get there. Just the ADHD chappers have me, and it's gonna be a hot second. So this is what I meant, that like it is possible to to do on Switch. It's just that you need to be a little bit clever. So we're going to, put it on a, we're going to put it on a wall. And then we're going to attach it to a crate. And so, yeah, you get the same effect. It's just, or not the same effect, but similar. Don't worry, guys. It's what I'm here for. Wait, are those bit numbers? Oh my gosh. Thank you, Cat. I appreciate you too. Uh, sorry. Brain, please function because we're not finished. Uh, okay. So now that I helped you a little bit with the setup, we can talk about actually like doing the obstacle flick. Which I'm just trying to think of something, simple that we can do. So basically, the way obstacle flicking functions is that you have something that has you have an item that has the something is in the way message. That is step one. Step two is have an item on your hotbar that you would like to place somewhere that it can't normally be placed. And if that sounds very vague and open, that's because it is. It's very, up until recently, it was largely used for like basic mergers. So I'll show you. And so the trick is to press your number key and our secondary key that we bound as the input. So V. But as you'll see in the, sorry, I almost pointed over here, but yeah, on the left side of my screen, I have the little input visualizer for everybody to see just how quickly the inputs are. And have squirrel brain. I forgot which number key had the item that I wanted. I was going for the indoor garden. It's also a great time to remind everybody that when obstacle flicking, patience is definitely key. Because you probably will fail several 100 times. But eventually you'll get it. And so yeah, so that basic kind of merging is what people have been using it for up until recently. Now, the crazy stuff that has been coming out, I'm not even sure when it started coming out. Sometime last week, I think, maybe the week before. But it's that you can override the valid placement locations by using this glitch, which, and as some people have probably seen, that does include using textures. But they don't always come out looking super nice. Yeah, that's a word for it, widget. So yeah, once you can obstacle flick, yeah, and can get past the aneurysm it gives you. Or sorry, not aneurysm, but tension headache, because yeah, I have one right here. This right here, in the band of my head. Hmm. You can do some very weird stuff. Thank you for the reminder. That's also how earlier the display that I have in here, all of these different flower arrangements were done using obstacle flicking. So the three on the bottom are done on the Homestead Amphora. The one up in the top right is using a wood slab paver, and then that one is just a Homestead barrel. Right, I also did a flower wheelbarrow with the obstacle flicking. Right, and my favorite one, this one's basically just a middle finger to whoever does the Tish's Dream House or whatever they're calling it now. But you can place stuff here. And up here. with the obstacle flick. And sorry, the reason why it's a big middle finger to them is that they have a homestead reed planter in the corner, which can't be placed there. So, you know, if S6 says it's placeable shaped, you know, I guess I'll just, you know, get a hammer and just, because whoever makes the promotional material doesn't know how the game works. They don't. It's the same reason that if you look at the promotional material for the item counter, you'll notice that the top of the large room that they have there is decorated with wall decor. So the top of the large room does not have a grid on it. So I'm not even sure. I don't even think you can obstacle flick things there because there literally is no wall to go. Oh, maybe. Hmm? Oh. Yes. Sorry, that was part of the obstacle flicking bit. Yeah, this one's my favorite for the wallpapers. That yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. Mm. But on the plus side, something that or that do I have any fencing in storage? Because we did that on the other plot, but I should do some of it on this one because we did do that earlier on in the stream. Oh, you didn't catch that? I can do it again. Uh, but no, it's not. It is so it's the the same way that like all of these flowers were done, like how we got the painting on that table. It's using that obstacle flick. Sorry. All right, stone floor. Yay. Block. There. This is just my go-to setup for doing things indoors. In which you can do it in reverse. It just doesn't always work the way you want it to. Alright, fine. I will just get in the way myself. So yeah, not all the textures look good. I think the butterfly lights might look okay. I can't remember. There have been a lot of people that have tested this much more than I have, because, you know, this was not my discovery. Sugar. Although that was a great bit. There we go. Just get your flower. Nope. Just remember, patience, persistence, and hammer. That one's lovely. You don't need a red present at all. Sans red present. Another one that I thought was really cute. Or actually, I can just show. I've only done 2 walls of it so far. The roofing actually makes very nice siding. As a note. So this is the Lotus Kilma roof. Oh yes, right. This one is the lucky coin wallpaper. And actually, this room right here, in fact, it is the blushing rustic siding. Although, however, then we have like this wall is like the mosaic vine floor or vine tile floor. So yeah, it looks nothing like this, but you know it still looks cool. It just looks kind of like a Macy's paint chart. Which I'm wondering how. Oh, which, yeah, don't even bother trying the gypsum flagstone. I tried and it was just disappointment. Or I actually let's try that again, because I just realized that I did it on the gazebo and that might have been why. Fingers crossed. Maybe that's probably just wishful thinking on my part. But I can dream, Harold. Yeah, no, it's just disappointment. It's not bad. It's just not what I wanted. You hate the... I mean, it just sounds like you're not using a big enough hammer. Where's my Hootsuite? I think it's on the horde. In the horde. Probably. Yeah. Yes, it's still... Because it was in the Steamworks plot for ever and a day. I mean, it depends where you're, like where you're doing it. There's a reason I used the stone floor for so much of it, and that's because it has nothing but contempt for like 90% of the surfaces in the game. You could have missed the setup. That's a strong possibility. You don't have to, and you don't have to empty, you shouldn't have to empty the room, I don't think, because I've flicked textures into that like that center. So like the Grand Harvest House, and there's like a ton of stuff in there. Oh yeah, who's it is still here? Come along, pond. Oh, I just realized that I was playing with fire. Right. I also uh so this is why I have the visualizer up, like on the screen. So if you watch closely for when I do it, you might notice that I'm clicking the like a millisecond before I press my number key. So you're anticipating the item appearing. Is the best way that I can put it. And so I've been meaning to actually do this. So just doing it a few times. But because sometimes you can kind of see how it turns yellow. For that split second. And yeah, once you're like practiced enough at it, you can 100% use your mouse. But if the mouse click is not working for you, something that Drake Lance mentioned, well, sorry, Drake Lance and Voidness have both mentioned on separate occasions that I think they both came to the conclusion independently of one another that just using your using the secondary key allows for more stability, and the more stable your pointer is, the more chance of success you'll have. So I have very steady hands. But that just comes from years of being an artist, like a multidisciplinary artist, which not everyone is. But even I, if I'm getting frustrated, will start to vibrate, or even just like the later the day goes on. There are so many factors that can, muck it up. But also just remember to have your hotkeys, that action bar item use, set to P, and then just, in case you need it, that secondary hotkey. Then frame rate, if you're just starting out, throttle it down to 30. There you go. Proud of you. But yeah, I don't want to like turn up my settings, mainly because I don't want to look foolish. But yeah, I did, after throwing a lot of effort at the wall, I did succeed on, I think, 1 or 2 obstacle flicks at maximum FPS. But it is not easy. Whew, okay. It is about the halfway point, and my coffee has been out for like an hour. So I'm just going... Okay, before I go refill my coffee. Killjoy, remember, or maybe not remember, you might not have heard me say it, so I'm just going to say it again. One of the things to keep in mind with obstacle flicking is patience. Patience. And more patience. Because it is, in my tiny opinion, the most difficult glitch to do. Because there are so many things that can go wrong, and there's so much like fidelity to it. And the only reason why I am as good as I am at it is because last November I literally spent a month learning it in its original form, which was much more difficult than this. Let me tell you. Like, original flicking used to be you'd have it like this. You'd have to boop like that. And aim where you want to go. Whew, yeah, no, I can't. Yeah, I just you get the idea. It. Whew, there's still a little bit of damage. Damaged. Yeah. Anywho, on that note, though, I'm gonna leave everybody with the AFK auto for a hot second. Gonna go refill my coffee. Everybody take a nice break. Wake up screaming. I'm just kidding, I don't. It's not that bad. But, yeah. I'm gonna go and, speak amongst yourselves. Compare notes and whatnot. When I get back, maybe we'll decide what else we're gonna destroy on this plot. Alright. Sorry for taking a little bit. I realized that the actual source of my headache probably was that I haven't eaten in longer than I care to admit. I Cards on the table, I had a tooth extracted last week that I'm still recovering from. So, yeah, it's been an experience. Well, yeah. What I'm trying to get at here is I was just grabbing a bite to eat. But I'm back now. Sorry for not mentioning that. Killjoy, how did you make out with flicking? Success? Oh, widget. That's the same feeling I had when Drake got me onto it. Also, sorry, I'm not sure what I said, but thank you, Kat. I greatly appreciate the compliment. I'm realizing that this box fort probably was a much better idea in concept. You found a second button. Okay. But did you rebind action bar item use? Because for myself, I found that it didn't, for whatever reason, it didn't work if that step right here wasn't done. All right, Terry. My pleasure, and thank you for tuning in. We'll see you next time, hopefully. There we go. It's always something that I forget to mention. Sorry. Let's just get a vacuum cleaner. Oh, really? The secondary key for confirm move? Interesting. I found that I needed the whole shebang, but that could have been, you know, some weird confirmation bias. I have no idea. You know much more about this than I do. Grr. Finally. That's fair. You also have to remember, Drake, that you are much more practiced at this than other people. Sweets. I adore you. But what works for one doesn't always work for another. No problem. Just and just so we're clear, I'm not trying to chastise you. I mean that as like a helpful reminder because I need to tell myself that all the time. It's kind of the reason why I'm constantly looking for new ways of doing things. And if it seems like nothing is ever good enough for me, or nothing I do is ever good enough, uh, yeah, you see what I'm saying, or trying to say. That's why. Because I realize that we are a global community of, I don't even know how many people. I mean, people can look at the Steam charts or the Nintendo Switch store, but that doesn't account for all of the people who have downloaded the launcher. So we don't really know how many people play Palia. It was actually kind of funny. Uh, because my roommate had only looked at the Steam chart, which apparently the Steam chart only says that about actually let's look at it now. The number that he said did seem rather low. Although I'm wondering if if he looked at like the concurrent player number and thought that was like the download number. Although I'm not even sure how you would look at that. Hmm. Yeah, interesting. I'm wondering where he got his number from. Because, like, the number that he said was like 5,000, and I was just like, or in the realm of 5,000. I was just like, I do not feel like arguing. I don't feel like arguing you on this. Just wait. Because especially since it's Steam, there are so many different like numbers that he could have been looking at. Uh, because he could have been looking at like active players, which for an MMO, 5,000 isn't actually a bad number, especially for one of Palia's size. He's relatively speaking, Palia is not that large of a game. Here, Palia's Steam charts. Okay, so this must have been what he was looking at. Nope, definitely not. Because yeah, if you just search the Steam charts, uh, Palia has like a 24-hour peak on Steam alone of 98 or almost 9,900. So 90 or yeah, sorry, 9,896 people or players. But if you're looking at like the averages, they have an average player total over the last 30 days of 6,855. But once again, this is only on Steam. So, not the Palia launcher, which, from what I understand, most of the people who play on PC, or at least most of the people who started in the beta that I know of, they use the launcher. Like, even when it came out on Steam, like, I have it for testing purposes, and then I use it sometimes, but I mean, for the most part, I genuinely don't like Steam letting me know how much time I play Palia. No, that's not information I need or want to know. Thank you. I'm good. I'm good. I'm sure that number might exist somewhere in my logs. And when they put in a /played feature, sure, I will do /played, and we will see the number. But, you know, that's not this day. Thankfully. Because, you know, some things shouldn't be talked about in polite company, like how much I play Palia. Because, you know, between testing, troubleshooting, you know, my own enjoyment, it adds up. But on that note, I have been meaning to decorate this tool shed basically since we made it. Mainly because I haven't decorated a tool shed yet. We've made several, but I just haven't had a reason to decorate one of them. And now that we kind of have the item limit, it's still not great, but it's in a better place. I get the feeling we might need to take out some of the flower walls, which is fine. As a note on the flower walls, they are meant to be like you're not supposed to have them all over your plot. I don't think I mentioned that in the tutorial. But like you'll see how many like flowers you use for them. But you use a lot. Just as like a side note. And like I started doing a tutorial for that new flower arch. And then I realized that that arch alone takes a total of 42 flowers. And I'm just like, I don't know if I can, in good conscience, tell people to start making these. Because I feel like people are just going to get mad at me. Wait, no, not 42. $39. It's still egregious. And because of how thin the tool shed is. Hey, okay. Nice to see you. Been meaning to message you. It's been a heck of a weekend. In a good way, in a bad way, you know, just yes. Oh. Well, we still have like 3 hours to go. I'm sorry. Your butterfly dome looked fine before. In fact, I kind of liked it because it was um you know it was different than other thing or than other versions. I mean, that's not what I mean. I didn't mean that. Um, my brain is not functioning. Definitely means I need more coffee. I think I was about to mention something about making shelves. By just nailing boards to the wall. Because, well, you know me, I use the pavers for pretty much everything but paving. I wonder if we can just flick this into working. Because that would be nice. Yeah, no. I feel like that probably just went on the outside. Nope. Nothing's even glitched here. S6. It's just, oh, there we go. I knew there was a magic spot. And it's right there. Ah. One day. I will not need to use every fiber of my being to get shit done. I believe in you. You can do it. Have you been able to do any of the other obstacle flicking? None? Well, good news. I have a tutorial coming out. Hopefully it helps. I've tried to oh, it's not yet, sadly. I wanted to, but you know me. I didn't have a plan going in and just had way too many yeah, I did way too much. So now it's like, do I just like leave things on the cutting room floor? Do I just like compress them down? I want them to come out with player trading already. Please. That's what I want. I would love for them to announce that they've actually been working on player trading this whole time. You mean like what? Oh, no. Oh, no, not to me. No. Quite the opposite, cat. This is why. because I have so many Winterlight spread presents that I've been waiting so patiently for S6 to inform us that they are finally coming out with a trade feature. See if I can make this work. I was having trouble with it last night. Okay. Sugar. Yeah, which is why I hope they come up with the trade feature before the Winter Lights Festival, so I can hand off some Winter Light spread presents before people can buy them again. That would be nice, because that's why I bought the Horde in the first place, was so I could give them away. Oh, hey Opal, good to see you too. I mean, we've just been, I mean, trying to think of what all we've really been doing. We've been playing around with obstacle flicking for the most part. Excellent. It's just as cute as I was hoping it would be. But yeah, we talked about how you can use it for applying, wall textures to floors, floor textures to walls, so on and so forth. Like I just did there, we put a wall item on a cutting board. Exactly. This is one of the things that makes me the happiest, probably, is like flower arranging. We can do so much with it now. Though I am... part of me wants to fire up the Switch right now just to see if I can crack that code again. Of like how to do it on the Switch. Just as a note, whoever cracks that code, what? I sure can. I was wondering what that was. The original message was deleted. Do you have a username for me? Darcy's got it? Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Mm. I'm gonna have to reach out to people and see if I can, because I know a number of months ago there was, uh, dang it, I didn't see the, sorry, a couple months ago, I was given a list of, sorry, basically like a bot finder. That's what it was. So it was like a list of known bots. Sorry, everybody, just sorry, this Discord is very near and dear to me, so just bear with me here. Oh, also, though, how is anyone allowed to use the @everyone tag? Okay, there we go. Right. Okay. Isn't Theo on the mod team? Although that being said, I haven't looked at the mod privileges in a while. All I know is that I'm not I haven't been the owner of um oh, Ramen. If you have auto mod in your server, add @everyone at oh, thank you. I will see about doing that. There we go, auto mod. Okay, that will have to do for now. Okay, sorry everybody for that. But yeah, now if anybody tries to do at everyone or at here, their messages will immediately get deleted. So thank you, Ramen. You are the best. Ugh. I'm sorry. I'm not. If anyone out there is religious, could you keep Voidness in your prayers, please? Personally, I'm not. And I'm not sure if she'd appreciate that, but just, you know. Some of you might know that she's from Russia. So it's a little dicey over there right now. Although when is it not? Oh, okay. On that note, though, let's channel our negative emotions into making something beautiful, right? What? Who knows? Think I have a plan? Ah, that was your first mistake, thinking I had a plan. Also, thank you, Widget. Here's hoping that it comes together in some fashion. So far we've just kind of been doing stuff. Where are yeah. Speaking of doing stuff, been meaning to do something with this gazebo. What? I'm sure we'll figure something out. Son of a... Oh my god, I just thought of the best thing. It's kind of in the same realm. Oh no, I'm so sorry. That's always the worst. Uh, it's the same realm as like the rickshaw, but because we finally have a plushie that's on all fours. Also, Kappa, yeah, I too am bullied by the item limit on a daily basis. I wish I had a way to help you, but I can't even help myself. Yeah, that's what yeah. I can't remember if I probably saw this somewhere, because this idea was too good for me to come up with on my own. But yeah. You said small frogbird into the koi pond. It depends on how far you're going. I'm not sure how big frogbird is. Yeah, it's probably gonna depend on like how far you go with him. Excuse me, Chapas. I am sorry. I'm assuming he's getting booted to the entrance. Yeah, that was kind of what I I just had that idea too. Uh, but you know, I'm lazy, so but that's good. 'Cause we're gonna need materials. Oh, actually, that might work. There's one paper that I want. There we go. And we're just gonna use the Azure Chappa this time. I know he's a little bit small, but you know. An item cancellation has occurred. All of that being said, you know, because we can't have anything nice, we're going to have to cancel him away. Apparently that's now too tall. Great. There's a stone floor. Oh, my heart garden. Uh, Basically, you need to have reckless abandon for the item limit, for one. Because it's largely made out of 2x2s. But as you can see, it is all in one nice, pretty piece. Because I did remake it. And then it's just a matter of like rotating the different pieces until it's in the shape of a heart. And you can do the same business if you wanted a star. You just, you go star-shaped instead of heart-shaped. Oh, yes, sorry. This is I'm very glad that I decided to, demonstrate. Because this is one of those things where, you know, I just assume that everyone knows that, yeah, you can move these after the fact. But I forget that not everyone knows that. Which, I'll mention, which I'll bring up something that comes to us courtesy of Theo. Which is that you'll notice that if you place the garden edging all nice and close like this, you can group select it together. Now what Theo found out is that if you add a fence into the mix, it becomes a part of the group. And so you can rotate your fence pieces now. Have fun with that one. Once again, not mine, from Theo / Code Red Alert. I believe this is his YouTube channel. Oh, it's not a Theo? Oh. I shouldn't be surprised. That's what I get for giving him credit. Theo's amazing for many things. Oh, son of a biscuit. Olivia? Olivia Barron does such amazing work. It kills me that I didn't get to know that this was hers originally. So, correction. Olivia Barron published her work first. And I'm not sure if Olivia's work. I haven't seen any of the videos. Just as a note, I've kind of been off in my own little tiny dimension as per usual, which is why stuff like this happens. That I end up giving the wrong person credit. But I did do some testing earlier, and the whole group select thing does work with any fence adjacent bits as well. So meaning like the Emberborn small column, large column, your gate. Trying to think of what else is fence adjacent. I think there's a lamp. Hey, thanks for joining us, Bug. You have a great day. Okay, so it's not the... I think it might be the short. No, it's not. It's not the short lamp. Maybe it used to be the short lamp, and then they changed. So the outdoor lamp would make more sense, because it says in the name outdoor. Yeah, there we go. So we can't move it normally. There we go. Can move it via group select. So you can angle your log cabin outdoor lamp now. That's a nice one. I might actually use that once in a while. I'm trying to think what else is fence adjacent. I think that's it. Because there's the here. I'll just yeah, I'll make a column. And then these guys don't really count because they already you already can move them. Just to show you that it works. But I think I should have some of the small gates still in the horde. So we shouldn't need to craft more of those. Here we go. Oh, is it not? Is it not going to work with this one? Hello? Well, I guess I'm glad that I tested this out instead of y'all. Well, it might just not work with the small guy. Interesting. It does not want to go with the Emberborn Double Gate. Interesting. I wonder if you like chain them together. Okay. So that's the trick. So you just gotta be, you know, keep throwing effort at the wall, and then when that doesn't work, you get the hammer. Uh, but the important thing is we got there. And we have an Emberborn Double Gate on an angle. Well, or no, because we did. I'm pretty sure we moved the small guy just with, yeah, just with the two. Uh, right? Because it's not a matter of when I'll get my way, S6. It's a matter of when you stop telling me that it's impossible. And just let me have my way. Uh, but for those of you who might be sitting there wondering exactly why or how this might be useful, kind of like my heart-shaped garden box back there, you can use this now to make curved fencing, basically, where that was normally like exclusive to the white picket. You can now do it with the Emberborn fencing and the log cabin as well now. So have fun. Oh, right, which part of the whole thing with this was I was gonna bring some of this back to do on the demonstration plot so that anyone who drops by can, not that anyone has to, but if people want to, they can drop by and take a look. Well, by all means, lurk away, my dear. Time's at 2:31, okay. Ah, biscuits. Hmm? Okay, that's weird. I'm okay. Thank you. Keeps telling you that something is in the way even when nothing is in the way, but it's like Frogger's body is in the way with the pond. So do you recall how oh, biscuits, I literally just remembered that we didn't make sure that Frogbert isn't gonna get booted. Um, but Widget, do you recall how I I did that cancel placement? So see, so it's going to say that he's in the way. Because technically Frogbert is in the way, because Frogbert cannot come in contact with that pond. Ads. My stream should not have ads. What? My my viewer base is not large enough to warrant ads, which is part of the reason why I just don't. Huh. Leave it to Twitch to still get you with ads, even when I opt out of them. Oh, okay. That makes more sense. So if I read that wrong. So it's if I take the initiative of running ads myself, then it will disable the pre-roll ads. Ah, okay. I see how it is. Amazon. Yeah, which it's going to. So, see? It says the same thing for me. So, what you need to do is you grab Frogbert and you move him, you place him far away, and then you're going to press one of your number keys. Sorry, not so many Magi is not on one of the main ones. And so now he'll still be tethered. Yeah, it's okay. I also might not have said it too loudly. And so now when you move him into position, he'll jump back. Although I forgot to do the moment of truth where we all hold our breath and walk out the front gate to make sure that Frogbert doesn't go to the lamp zone. It's kosher. Yep, I forgot to grab the Azure Chappa. There you go, little Chappa family. Don't ask what happened to the other Chappa. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. He's fine. Ask me no questions, I'll tell you no lies. Yeah, no, this is not going to work for XsTinyDragon. There we go. And it's I literally just came to the realization that it's due to the fact it's probably due to the fact that the floors are 2 meters. So the fence bits should probably be, 2 meters. Hmm. I wonder if it's... Oh. Oh, one sec. It might be on my side. Oh, it's the whole web page. Okay, that's that's weird. I'm good, but I'm not, you know, breaking Amazon good. No, we're not taking out the patriarchy here. It's quite possible. Your computer might just need like a full restart. I know I had to do that this morning. I didn't even realize it until like I tried opening my video editing software like I don't even know how many times before I just realized I'm just like, when was the last time I restarted my computer? I'm probably better off not knowing that question or the answer to that question. Because for those that are unaware with computer health, it is healthy to restart your computer periodically. You don't need to do it all the time, but just like every now and again. Enough. Oh, right. I forgot to tell everybody about a moment of insanity that I attempted to do, but you know, it was a theory and it didn't end up working, but I kind of wanted to share it anyway, just so people know that not all my ideas are gold. Uh, but I'm not sure if anybody has like a completely full plot yet. But when you have a full plot, it no longer says that your housing plot is full. It now just says that it's not a valid placement location. So I thought, what the heck? Maybe, just maybe, you could circumvent the item limit with flicking. You can't. I tried. For a lot longer than I should have. Or sorry, maybe you can. I couldn't. If you can, it's beyond my skill level. But let me show you what I mean. No, well there you go. If it didn't work with Drake, so yeah, this is what I mean. When you place something down, it just said nowhere is a valid placement location. And in all actuality, all I really wanted was to get my freaking floor texture back on here. That's all I really wanted to do. I didn't actually want to circumvent the item cap. I didn't. I just wanted to put back down the floor texture that I accidentally picked up. That's all. Nothing crazy. Nothing rule breaking. That's all. That's what I wanted it for anyway. As a workaround for this. Oh. Or when you pick up the floor or wall, how about an undo last action? That would be a nice button. Now, Widget, have you been wishing for it, or have you submitted feedback for it? Because those are two very different things. Alright, I've had enough silence for today. Yeah, I've got so much feedback that I need to submit. Like it's not even funny. It keeps piling up, and I'm oh I have it bookmarked, but that's just me because you know I'm weird like that, and because there was a point in time where I actually did submit feedback rather regularly, but I don't know. I guess since or it's probably too late to submit the recipe feedback again for Magic Market, but what the heck, I might as well submit that again. The please sell us recipes. Please give recipes, not single items. No, I'm talking for decor. I'm talking for decor. So you know how like yeah, no, it's okay. It's okay. You didn't know. Just relax. You're okay. You're fine. But yeah, because like at the last Magi Market, like I think there was something ridiculous like 6 or 8 cooking recipes added, and I'm just like, that's great. That's nice that the people who enjoy the cooking only have to grind out the Magi Market for X amount of time. They get to tick off all of their boxes, and then they can just go back to doing whatever they enjoy doing. Not the people that like decorating, though. We had to grind the, out of that event to the point where some of us don't like hot pot so much that there's some rage. Yeah, exactly. And like I I've mentioned this before like on previous streams, uh but feedback that I submitted after the first Magi Market was that people wouldn't have been so mad about how expensive the decor items were if they were purchasing recipes instead of single items. So by all means, make the recipe 100,000 gold. Sure. But I mean, that recipe better be for something really good. Like the recipe better make like an epic item. That the model is like really nice. Um, if I had to like price out or have any of the Magi Market stuff in here, probably not. I think it's all in my like storage plots. But like the Sakura vase or the I think it was called the Springtime Blossom base or something. That it was 20,000 gold per vase. Oof. Just saying that out loud caused me physical pain. Oh, thank you. Yes, it's the lucky coin wallpaper. It's very lovely. Um, I mean, I'm not sure if the lucky coin one. But see, the thing is with some of the wallpapers, they're fine when they're applied as floor textures. It's just like not all of them are fine with it. So let's find lucky coin. So, and let's just see if it's okay like in the house. It's even cuter. Which this will be something interesting that I've kind of been hesitant to bring up because uh and yeah, it's a bit of a pivot away from what we were talking about. But circling back to like trading, I'm wondering how that's going to work in regards to uh like wallpapers. And like, can you trade somebody an item and then trade back? And some of you might be asking yourselves, well, Tiny Dragon, what would be the purpose of that? Well, there are some wallpapers that were limited time. So maybe I want to loan somebody a wallpaper so that they can use it for a design because they didn't have it. And then could they give it back to me afterwards? Could I start like a little wallpaper library? Because which ones? Like Let It Snowflake. There's a Holly Jolly. The two Palcat wallpapers. The thanks Spooky Pumpkin. Right, Starry Evening. The list goes on. Uh, in fact, the lucky coin one that I just used, that's from the Lunar Magi Market. So, yeah. We might need to either craft some more items or go shopping again. Yeah, there. We had one chair. Oh, I was going more the Chappas who have stolen the paintings, but that works too. The little ones, what, like, why is this one worth so much? I don't know, the humans seem to like it. This one's really big, it must be very valuable. Um, there's noodles. Grats. Just a little bit. What did I do with my shelf? Biscuits. Oh, it's over here. Yeah, that's the one drawback to flicking is that it's always on those angles. Sorry, I missed the first part of your question, Widget, by the way. But uh, I think I answered it, I hope, that no, you can't flick at an angle anymore. Because yeah, it's directional. It's whatever direction you're facing. Yeah. Even when you're like facing at an angle, it still is going to be either whichever side you're closest to. Yeah. Back in the day, you used to be able to, do, I called it drop flicking, but yeah, can't do that anymore. But let me just clean up a bit of my mess. Among other things. Yeah, we still got a lot more destruction to do. Is it just up on the plot board, or did you want me to just pop over? Okay. Oh, yeah. I didn't think they would be. Sorry, a friend of mine just uh a friend of mine messaged me about they thought that the plot tour was going to switch from being like resetting every week to becoming cumulative. Which, I might actually give it if it was cumulative. But it's not, so I don't. Or as my dear old ma used to say, my give a damn's busted. Some massive changes, eh? Hmm. Also, don't talk to me, or actually, sorry, don't talk to me. Let me just turn off streamer mode. So it doesn't work anyway. It's default. And then we'll just... Why would I? So yeah, talk to me in nearby chat, if you don't mind. Because I tend to turn off server chat. Uh, yeah, this is really cute. Got more of an open environment. Makes sense. Oh, this is really nice. It's a very good use of brilliant. But it's a very uh, fantastic usage of the Dragon Tide fern planters. A little bit, yeah. Ah, lovely. Yeah, I'm right there with you, Hugh. I I can't. I just can't be bothered. I mean, don't get me wrong, like the 1001 for like the cute reaction. Yeah, that would be amazing. But like absolutely not. Would I ever get 1,000 reactions? What? Just for a frame of reference, the one time I did try, I I couldn't even break 200. Right. I keep forgetting that Frogbert is in the coin. Or in the Zeki balls now, eh? Well, and right. You either need to like hustle hard or, you need to be one of the like ridiculously popular streamers who can just put up a fish and get ridiculous amounts of votes. Not saying I'm judging, I get that it was an inside joke. But yes, 100%. If you're aware of the Steve the Fish plot, that's because he's a streamer and a YouTuber. Yeah. So of course, a streamer and a YouTuber is going to easily break the the points. Yes, I saw the post that you tagged me in right before I came over, and it brought me a lot of joy. Thank you. Which, if anybody is curious, this is what we were doing before on my plot. The float sink. It turned out really nicely. I actually like yours much better because I have no idea where your anchor is. Oh, it's just in the bush. Right on. And oh, yep, that makes perfect sense. And sadly, so many of the garbage plots that have hundreds of votes, chances are they probably are they like some type of personality. Sorry to can't like yeah, to sidestep for a moment though. This arch is fantastic. The color palette that you decided to go with is like candy. Also the that you decided to go for a square instead of the or is it a square? Or like the trees are in the way, so I can't really see. Okay, so yeah. So I was right. Yeah. It does look rectilinear. So and then yeah, I imagine that this area would have stayed mostly the same. Rightly so. It's very cute. Oh, you developed the inside more? Ooh, right. I forgot that you mentioned that you turned it into a flower shop. I love the pumpkins. What are you talking about, Kappa? You're not talking about like your cooking plot, are you? Especially because like what's the rule here? Do you like what you made? Then it's fantastic if you do. None of us do. I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, sorry, let me phrase that. I know what I'm doing from like a planning perspective to a point. But when it comes to like interior decorating, ah, absolutely not. There are people that went to school for that. I'm not one of them. This is super cute. This guy takes your money. He does look kind of shady. Right on. This is cute. Which I appreciate that a lot of uh like a lot of the stuff that's for sale are the are the makeshift items. Uh so they're like stuff that the Muujin would find. So that or the plushies would just find. So that's kind of cute. I like it. Oh, Opal, right? That's the struggle. Yeah. I'm right there with you, Opal. Because, yeah, I have ideas for days. Is anything done after a calendar year? No, not a thing. Not a damn thing. I've lost count of how many times I've run into the item cap. Although that being said, the anniversary of the first time that I ran into the item cap is coming up in a couple of weeks. Oh, hey, oh my gosh. Oh, sorry. My eyes were reading your name very. It's C. Sydney. There we go. Ah, fantastic. Right? That's how that is. See, but welcome for one, and you're very welcome for two, and for three. Thank you for such amazingly kind words. Because people like you make what I do worth it. Oh, I actually haven't seen this in person yet. But yeah, the baby changing station. This makes me happy. Did you just do like rotational placement for this one, or was it rotational and then did you have to do cancel placement for it? Okay, yeah. Then just put the block down. Mm, noted. Thank you. And Sydney, so do I, by the way. Because yeah, I don't do all of this for me. I do all of this for you guys. And in the hopes that everyone else can enjoy the game as much as I do. I lost you. Oh my god. I I turned the corner and she disappeared. Okay. I always turn the wrong way in spots like this. My pleasure. Thank you for sharing. Not just with me, but sharing with everybody. All right. I think that gives me the energy I need to tear up a little bit more of the demonstration plot. So we can get the item limit under control a bit. Because, I mean, in all actuality, I don't think this right here is entirely necessary. The example is from a few weeks ago, so... Oh my gosh. I appreciate the reminder. I actually was a keener. I, uh, because I was making the tutorial that was supposed to get dropped last night or this morning. Neither of those timetables happened, but you know, I made sure to submit it as soon as the reset happened. Oh, yeah, Kappa, that it's a leaf pile turned upside down. It's a super easy little trick to do because you can they don't have collision. So if we just go to do that again, you can just put it on the shelf and then make sure you have enough height. But then you just place it on there. And I love this trick because both Switch players and PC players can do it. And now you've got some mulch for your tree. That's, you know, flat. Instead of, you know, bulbous. Well, I appreciate the compliment. I can't take full credit for that one because I can't remember the username, but there was someone back in December, I think, who mentioned using the leaf piles as mulch, and I was just like, that's brilliant. I'm gonna buy all the freaking leaf piles I can. Yet another thing that would have been better as a recipe. You know, kind of, it's the gaming equivalent of this email or this meeting could have been an email. This item should have been a recipe. But you know, here we are. And it wasn't until a ways after and I was using it for, various different things. And just, the look is rather messy. But, I noticed that it doesn't have collision. So, yeah. Yeah. That is largely why I stocked up so much. So once training comes in, or I mean, if trading comes in before Christmas, I mean, that being said, promotional wise, it would make sense for them to launch trading around Christmas. Because, they could, like, market it as, like, the spirit of the season of giving, and we're launching trading and all that jazz. But, the part of me that is, the impetulant child is just like, I want it now. Please. Yeah. Oh yeah. I wasn't talking about it on stream. I was talking about it with my friend yesterday. But one of the reasons why I'm so jazzed about it is that you can it'll kind of revolutionize like multiplayer gameplay once it launches. So like for one, you can effectively have like shared inventory for like uh, players who play as a couple. Which that was the biggest disconnect, or like the biggest thing that stood in the way of me and like my boyfriend enjoying Palia to the same extent, was that I, by and large, am able to play much more than he is. And in most games, that's perfectly fine because we're able to share resources, share gold, share this, that, the other thing. Pally is the first game that we weren't able to do that. So we you know we grew apart in our gaming, not really quickly, but it happened, and the lack of trading and being able to share definitely was a factor in that. I mean, yeah, I worry about that too, and that is definitely going to be in the hands of Singularity 6, because there is no reason for them to add gold trading. There isn't. Like we don't need it. We don't need to trade gold. we can be a mercantile society as players. I think that's the right term. So, yeah, I mean, you're completely right there. And that is always a worry. But I mean, that does come in with any MMO. And I mean, and anytime you do have a system that has trading in it, which in any MMO, it's a requirement to be an actual MMO. You need trading. And I mean, I hate to burst your bubble, but like the RMTs could already happen right now. But just through the request system. Because, or let's see if they changed it. I highly doubt they did. Materials. Nope. You can request 20 birch amber 4 times a day. Yeah. I don't know who thought that was a good idea. But just, oh, they must have nerfed it. Because at launch, the amber was 600, I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong, though. Don't quote me on that, please. So that's 28,000 gold. Um, that you can do. But yeah, I don't know. And that's just it. Is I don't know. You have to, if you don't want to engage with it, you don't have to, I guess. Because like I don't know. As much as I don't like it, I try not to judge people. So until it like starts like actually impacting other people. But I mean, chances are when the Magi market comes around again, I mean, doing the Chappa Chase wasn't the way to go to grind tickets anyway. If they keep Hot Pot for the next Magi market. Because that was the most efficient way of getting tickets, was playing Hot Pot. And I wasn't happy about it. Everybody in the audience is just like, we know, shut up. I'm sorry, everyone. My brain is frying. Biases from Final Fantasy 4 or 11 and 14. Interesting. And see, I didn't know that gold selling was that much of an issue in Final Fantasy 14. But then again, the last time I played was in Shadowbringers. So it was a while ago. Or wait, Shadowbringers? Yeah, I don't think I played any of, I think the expansion after that was Endwalkers, I think. I have no idea what expansion they're on now. In all actuality, I thought the game was ending a while ago. But here we are. Yeah, I'm sorry, everyone. This just looks awful. That was mostly for experimentational purposes to see if I could do it. And we know that you can. There you go. Yeah, I think that sounds about right for me as well. Yes, widget. Yes, yes, you can. That's how these guys are out here. Can a seashell be placed upside down? I mean, theoretically, it's possible. Also, thank you. Yeah, this turned out much better than I thought it would. Yeah. Although I keep meaning to take it down and fix this because you can't see very much of the fuchsia and it's bugging me. So you can kind of see the fuchsia, but the fuchsia is very hidden in like by the gardenias just because they're so short. And sorry, by the fuchsia I mean the Veronica flowers. So yeah, at some point I plan to fix the Veronica flowers. I just need to, work up the oomph to do it. Victoria. I mean, close. Oh, sorry. And so little Kappa. Uh, so there are two, or there are multiple ways that you can place it upside down. Right. I keep forgetting that I've been trying to be diligent about picking up my storage chests. Okay, no self-deprecation. Come on. Come on, honey. I can try and keep it simple. That I can attempt to do. I'm not good at it, mind you, but I can try. Do I have any slots on? I don't. All right, we're gonna have to go shopping. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I'm assuming you meant the scallops, right? Because for those that are unaware, the bottom is very colorful. Which actually, this will be fun. I can see if I am able to recreate, because I actually kind of turned them into a bit of an oyster once, and it was super fun. Let's just go with. Actually, do we? Let's grab a mod bench. And then we'll just grab just a regular dessert plate, and then we'll color it into the palette that will be most aesthetically pleasing, which I think will be Shore. Okay, Bun. So, in a clamshell, if you were wanting to just, place it upside down, you might be able to do it like this. But that's kind of boring. So let's not do that. Because you could also go like this. place it at some interesting angle. There is a point where it starts like actually coming into contact with the plate, though. There we go. So that would be like your most simplistic way of doing it. Would be just like rotating a plate. Although then you would need to like get it out there. Alternatively, we could attempt some rotational floating, which everybody knows how much I love that. And that's just where you rotate your shelf. I always rotate it wrong the first time, so let's just get it out of the way. Yep, there it goes. Oh, no, okay, so the first time was okay, but it looks like we're going to need to do like a rotate. We're going to rotate the shelf, but then we actually need to like move it up to get it, up. A bit more. Although where it is on the shelf could also help, but we're just going to keep it as simple as possible. Just keep it in the center. And this is why I have such disdain for rotational floating. Because it never goes where you want it to go. But just keep throwing effort at that wall, and eventually it's bound to break. There we go. Just needed a little bit more. And the reason being is that so we're just going to move our plate to where the clamshell was. Or, yes. Super. And then we'll do a float. Sorry, or scallop. And of course it didn't work. Because why would it ever work the first time? You see what I'm going for here, right? Actually, it doesn't actually look half bad. And then we just do it one more time. To huck the pearl. And then you can just, bring it inside wherever you wish to display it. And it's just a matter of, hiding the anchor. Yeah. Now grab a potted plant. There we go. And now it's just like, shh, secrets. Number of vertical spaces. I mean, it depends on how fluidly you would like to go up said stairs. Personally, I'm a fan of or wait, Sydney, are you on PC or Switch? You're on PC? Okay. Because I have answers for you. Just, which system you're on will depend on the answer you get. So I go by plate piles, basically, when making stairs. which I believe it was 2 of the dinner plate piles was a decent run. Yeah. It's a comfortable run. And then for dessert plate piles, it's going to be 2 times the number of dinner plate. Oh, interesting. So both these runs are fine. So you're using the grow out flowers to make some stairs. I'm trying to figure out what height. Oh, yeah, that's easy. So basically, when doing that, what you're going to do for starters is you're going to grab an extra. Doesn't matter if you're using the dinner plate pile or the dessert plate pile. You're going to do the same thing either way. Basically, you're going to add another one up here, and then you're going to add one down here. Now, let me hop over to my arbor so I can grab some of the stools. Just I have more of the stools than the tables. Sugar. But slightly more important than the rise is going to be your run. So figuring out the how far they need to be away from each other. That is kind of can be the annoying bit. Yeah, of course not. Alright, so I don't hate that. So that gives us at least something to work with. So this guy is going to be in the center here. Then our stack here is going to be right there. And from here, what we're going to do is we're going to use the group select glitch to let us place on the dessert plate piles. Oh, sugar. Is this going to work? Not like that. One moment, please. Real-time problem solving in progress. Yeah, this is gonna be, yeah, sorry. This is gonna be kind of tedious, but you know, when is ever anything pretty easy to do? So forget what I said about 5. You are going to want 4 gourmet dessert plate piles. And then just get the grow all out stool in the center of this square so we can do the group select on it and then bring it up to the top of the dessert plate piles. And then when we're at the top of the dessert plate piles is when we're going to do our item cancellation. So not so many Magi's gonna pop up. Hello. So now this stool is ready to float. And theoretically, anyway, which of course not. So which means we did something wrong. But we just don't know what. And of course, by we, I mean this guy right here. Okay, so if we reverse float it off of the dessert plate piles, thank you for the reminder. Sorry, I should have added a caveat that normally the stairs that I work with are flat. Sorry, would you need an anchor to sink the first one? Yes you would, but you can really use anything as an anchor. So it could be a paver, just anything that would be nearby. Why isn't this working? Hmm. Probably because the dessert plates don't take into account height of the stool. Definitely see why you're having issues with this though. And then, what the heck would the float height be? Well, it sounds like you're having more luck than I am, so I'm gonna leave you to it. Oh, no, that would work. Okay. Yes. No. I It's just strange that we are going to be doing this in reverse. Okay, we're going to want a second bit. Actually, you know, we don't even need a second bit because we can just put the dessert plate piles. And then we should, yeah, just refresh it that way. Okay, there we go. Holy biscuits. Oh, little Kappa, also, sorry, I just saw that. If you're still here, have a great night, hon. Oh, biscuits, and we are almost at time, too. So it's really good night for you. Always a pleasure, darling. Okay, there we. It took me a second, but I got there eventually. Just like there has to be a more efficient way of doing this. Come on, there we go. So, yeah, they have it. And last one. Just because this is the last stool we have right now. Because I am literally the worst at remembering to water these things. From here, we'll just run along over to that doohickey that we made earlier. Thank you, both of you. I played this game way too much. And that is probably why. Almost had it. There it is. There's a favorite paver for using as an anchor. Although this might sink it a bit too much. So let's just try. That. It's a little choppy, but it works. Which I kind of breezed over that last part. Sorry. I'm so bad for that. Mainly just wanted to see if it would work and then, work backwards from there. Okay, so we had gourmet dessert plate pile. And then the way you make the little setup here is you have a stack of 2 cutting board or 2 butcher blocks. Then you do a sink. So that's where you go from a higher elevation to a lower elevation. Do an item cancellation. Then we place the 3rd butcher block down. And so this makes our 2 butcher blocks both be sitting on the ground. And now we can pick up this butcher block and then put it up top for a little bit of height. And then we add the dessert plate pile on top for more height. And the reason why I like making this thing is because you can use it for very specific, you can just like shove things to one side and then you can drop it straight down. So we'll do that again. So in this case, we go to the side, put the paver on top, then we refresh. Let's just move it out of the way this time. And now we can go straight down. And then the last bit there, the straight down part, that was also a sink. So the item cancellation there. And this part is a group select targeting the dessert plates, so we can place them on the paver. And then you can just refresh the entire float stack by grabbing the base butcher block. And then, yeah. Gin. My pleasure. And yeah, it all just comes with time, practice, and the most important part of all is patience. And something that I don't mention nearly enough, but I'm trying to remind people, is patience. Both with yourself and just with your progress. I know that sounds like the same thing, but they are different. Because if you rush through Palia, you're just going to get burnt out. And Palia is not a race. There is no finish line. There's no goal. We're all just on one big adventure. Some people start it later than others. I'm just your guide, handing out colors on your glitching art palette. Right on. And see, if you're going for a castle and you're wanting to do so what I did here, but so I did it just in a straight line. But if you're wanting to add a curve to it, it's super easy. Like all you have to do is add as you're going, you just rotate your float stack. And then you float. You rotate your float stack, then you float. I have a video that it's not making stairs, mind you. It's making a dragonfly spiral, but it shows the mechanic of just rotating as you float. I think it's literally called dragonfly spiral. I did do an overhaul of the YouTube channel, so things should be a little bit easier to find. So I say should. So Palia glitching tutorials by a tiny dragon should be the one that has, yeah, it has the tutorials that are still valid. So in it, there's the floating dragonfly spiral, there is laying books flat with rotational bumping, there's the newest tutorial, currently anyway, which is flower walls. There's my informational video on the Winterlight's Red Present, and then there is the solo float video. I do still have the glitching demonstrations playlist that is separate from that, only because the demonstrations are by and large just ripped from the raw footage. But let me just hop over to... Actually, I don't think I have the dragonfly one anymore. Or no, I do still have the dragonfly one, I think. They should be, yeah. So the dragonfly one should be in the decorating archive. Although these days I kind of just like put everything under decorating. Because, you know, there aren't very many architectural glitches, or at least new ones. Steamworks. There we go. Yeah, I did save the dragonflies. They're inside of the bean. So inside of here, there's the homestead barrel. So I won't take it all the way out, but yeah. So that's what the tutorial shows you how to do. It's also a very valid tutorial for any Switch players, because it shows, or it demonstrates how to perform the two-person float. Although I don't know, I can't remember if it was one of the videos that I got footage from both computers or not. It was a weird time for my content creation career. But yeah, let's get away from this plot. This makes me sad that I can't finish it. Oof. All right. Oh dear. We're almost at 5 o'clock. My time anyway. Which means that we are 4 minutes from hitting the 8-hour mark. I was thinking to myself, why do I feel so tired? That explains a lot. My pleasure. Thank you everyone for joining me today, or for joining us. Not just me. I hope at least some people walked away with some information that they didn't have before. And if not, you know, there's always next stream. Our PC friends, make sure to keep an eye out for the flicking tutorial that should be dropping, as I said, either tonight or tomorrow. More likely tomorrow, because, you know, me, I'm always a little bit after stream. But yeah. Oh, it's called obstacle flicking. So in the video, or sorry, in the tutorial, I specifically show how you can place things like the Summer Stripe umbrella on pavers, doing flower arranging in homestead amphoras, homestead barrels, pavers, and then using rotational placement to get wall items, you know, from being wall items to counter accoutrements. I was very much the same way until Drakelance and Voidness's help. Well, their literature anyway. Or sorry, Voidness's literature, Drakelance's help. It was a twofold on that one. So I very much hope that my additions help people suss it out. But let's find somebody to raid into for today. Let's see. Doesn't look like... yeah, unfortunately, or actually, I'm not sure about like Voidness's sorry, like Voidness's work like on the Discord. Sorry, I haven't been able to keep up with it. Sorry everybody, I won't get into it. Alright, let's go with similar to or same size and same category. Okay. Let's see if we can find somebody who's decorating. Does anybody have any suggestions for raid targets? I mean, up, up to you guys. Dealer's choice. I know I decorate so much that maybe that would be a good, maybe that would be a good palette cleanser for everybody. Would be somebody doing flaw tours. Oh, sorry, Opal. No, I'm not. I'm trying to sign off. Sorry. Although that being said, if you're around on Wednesday, I would love to drop by. Mm. Sorry, we've been going over 8 hours, and that's my limit. All right, let's click off the similar to or same size. Mm. I wish you could. Oh wait, here goes search. I wonder. Yeah. Oh, so you can't search like. My God. My God, no one has. Really, no one has. Their channels tagged with decorating. How about tour? Swing and a miss. Okay. Um. All right, we're just gonna find the first GB we find. Here, this one sounds great. Gandalf the Gay. I'm here for it. Might be a nice change of pace for everybody. Yeah. Let's start with this raid. And with any luck, they've no idea who I am. Alright. But before I let everyone go, as I end every stream, I've been a tiny dragon with titanic dreams, hoping that your dreams are and always will be just as big. Okay, everybody. Have a great night. We'll see you.